wise man once said that the best lessons are learned under the wide open sky. I think the same thing can be said about our art. Yeah, it can be messy, but it's always beautiful. So beautiful it can help you see yourself and the world in all new ways. And the art of farming, the soil is the canvas, the seeds are the paint, and the harvest is the masterpiece.
Hey, this is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good. Is it missing something? You're too cute to eat. Maybe some fresh spinach for a change?
Just got it. Just got it downloaded, and I want to do some logging. So I'm picking my mods. I want to get all the forestry stuff. So I'm trying to figure out get all the forestry stuff. I don't know how to go all the way over here to the left, where it's green over there. I don't know how to go over and go down on those. I don't know how to get there. Do you have Farm Sim 25? Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I played. I think Farm Sim 19 was the last one I played. I only played that one for a little time, and it was 17. Yeah, there's no arrow. There's no arrow. That's only on a computer. I got PlayStation 5. So I don't know how to get over there, over to the far left. Yeah, so Farm Sim 17 is where I went huge and made a big, like a excavation company, logging, excavation, laid everything out, stripped the forest, took the stumps out. I forget the name of the friend of ours that used to play also War Thunder with us, that he originally met me in Farm Sim. I can't remember his name. I haven't seen him for a while. Forget his name. Yeah, I made some really cool stuff. I was doing stuff that nobody else was doing. No, not Noah. It's another one. It's been years since I've seen him. Nope, not Best Boy. I was thinking that you were friends with him, but maybe not. He was also a younger kid, too. I forget his name. I can't remember. He used to play with me. Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if you knew him or not. I like the looks of this truck. It's almost like a Ural. Yeah. For a small, for a medium-sized truck, I like it. Or small to medium, I like it. 6-wheel drive. Wish there was mud. I'll be using big trucks for the most part. I might get that for if I need any small trucks. That'd be a cool one to have. I guess they're supposed to have kind of like, not quite mud, but the ground's supposed to like indent. So I'm going to have that mod on, or that ability on, so it's more realistic. I wish it was like a Snow Runner. Yeah, I wish it was like a Snow Runner where there was deep mud and stuff. That'd be sweet. Do some 4 buy-in and 6 buy-in. Try to find all the log stuff I want. Hey, that truck's kind of cool looking. That's not bad. Actually, that might be... I wonder if this comes in a 5th... Okay, it does come in a 5th wheel. I could use this to pull my trailers instead of... I don't know what kind of off-road semis they got. What are the stats on it? It's detail. It's like there's 4 different sizes. It's like each cab is a little bit higher. It could just be the way that they're further away from each other, but they look like the small ones on the left going to a bigger one, but I could be wrong. It just might be just the distance between each other is making the cab, because the top of the cabs don't look level. They're probably the same size. 300 horsepower. Let's see what this one is. 312 horsepower. I'm gonna go with this one. Install. Use that for my fifth wheel for pulling low boy. That truck's gonna be strong enough to pull my equipment out. I need some good trailers. I'll usually end up coming back here to once I see what's in the original package of mods, normal, and then come back and get, so I'll build shops and put all my equipment in and everything. I'm gonna turn a map into a development. Road kit, what's this? Yeah, I think I'm gonna add this. This will be sweet. Sweet, they didn't have this in 17. Sweet, I'm gonna install that. Cool. Hope they got a dozer. Ooh, yeah, look at that skidder. Hell yeah, there's my big boys. Gotta have John Deere. Heck yeah. All the best forestry stuff. This looks like it's got a brush, like it's a forestry. It's like a grinder. So yeah, it is a mulcher. Fuel station. That looks cool. I like the looks of that. I'm gonna have that for my equipment. Cheese ball. Yeah. What I like about this game is you can figure stuff out that nobody's figured out because you get to do attachments on stuff. And I made the biggest plow. I watched other people's videos back when I was doing this before I started. I made a plow that I've never seen anybody make. I made the biggest plow you could ever make. I took the biggest plows and I figured out how to attach another big plow to it, and I had 3 of them with the big bud pulling 3 to 5. I can't remember. I'd have to pull the video up. It was huge. I'd never seen anybody ever do that before. I figured out how to do it. That's cool. Those are like ecology blocks. Yeah, it was the strongest tractor in the game. I made a train, a log trailer train, where as strong as that tractor was, I forget how many trailers I had on it hauling logs. I had it where it was barely moving. It could just barely move, and that's how many. I think it was around 7 trailers I could hook up to it and load up logs all the way to the top. Yeah, it was nutty. I don't think people were doing what I was doing. Had a lot of viewers watching, seeing how I was doing stuff. So I always think outside the box. Okay, so that was package. I want forestry stuff. See, I can't get over to the far left. I don't know how to get over there. How do I get over there? I don't see any way to get over there. I don't know how to get over there. Whatever. I don't know how to figure it out. Big Bud series. Here we go. This is the one I want. Gotta have Big Bud. And a smaller Big Bud. Super powerful tractor, so I don't need any of these when I got this and this. So I don't need any of this crap. None of these. I'm going with Big Bud. Series 1. Okay, well, I'll get this one too. I'll do all the Big Buds. I like Big Bud. $450. What size is this? Okay, yeah. size are these? Okay, well, I guess I'll get this one. Yeah, I need the forestry stuff. Where's forestry? Miscellaneous. Sorry. Those are, they had that one in 17. It came out when the Fiat. I was there when that one came out. Oh, it's making a windrow. That's cool. Okay, let's go to... You're gonna need a loader. Ooh, yeah, Volvo. That's huge. Hey, what's this? A scraper? It's almost like a belly scraper. Okay, no, that's cheese ball. We want this big bad boy. Yeah, for loading logs. Look at the size of that funky. Hitch support. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. I don't think I need a small loader. I'm doing all big stuff. Big boy stuff. Skid steers. I want track ones, not tired ones. Cheesy. Yeah, I don't want tired ones. I want ones that got tracks, rubber tracks. Where's forestry? Oh, here we go, low boy. They call them low loaders. They're called low boys. That's sweet. Look at 3-axle. What else they got? We're going low boy. Quick detach. And I want to make one of those in Legos. Yeah, that's my book. That's the baddest ass looking trailer in the game so far, I can tell. Yeah, I'm gonna need some street trucks to pull, so maybe that'll be my truck. Do Mac. Wonder if there's any other trucks. Let's see. Mulchers. Okay, I need big trucks. I need a street truck. So I got my off-road trucks. Okay, I want some. That looks like a Peterbilt. That's a Kenworth. I'm gonna need a company truck to drive. So it's gonna be just like yeah. 900, where'd that one go? Oh, yeah, right here, yes. An emblem, I can tell, that's a Kenworth. I'm going off of the emblem at the top of the grill. That's what a Kenworth looks like. Look, oval red circle, in case you didn't know, that's Peterbilt. So yeah, they are put Lizard because they don't have to pay, right, they don't have to pay to put Peterbilt or Kenworth's name. They have to have their permission. And with that permission comes millions of dollars they have to pay to run their name. So that's why they do it like that. So that's why I'm saying that's a Peterbilt. That's a Kenworth. And this is probably, I think, a Great White. Or, that's not international. I think it's Great White. Yeah, Peterbilt. So you can tell the hoods are different. That's an old school Pete right there. See, it's got the rivets on the side of the hood. So the headlights stick out on this one. Look how these are built into the fender. So I'm gonna see which design I like better. Kind of like the old school Pete. I've always been a Peterbilt and Kenworth are the two best trucks in the world, in my opinion. Ooh, that's a cool company rig. I do a dually so I can haul a trailer. Yeah, I just like the way they look. Okay, yep. So let's just take a look at them. Yeah, they look. Yeah, that's a sweet looking Kenworth. Okay, pretty cool. And Peterbilt. Yep. Which one should I get? I don't like the color combos they got down there. Hopefully you can change the colors. That's like the cheesiest color setup ever, man. Those are like all the worst colors to me. I'm just being honest. I wouldn't choose any of those colors right there. That's just ugly. If I had to go the way they looked, I'd be choosing that off of those colors. That blue and that brown look good. Don't care much for that white design. Yeah, right? Yeah, who likes purple and yellow trucks? That's just butt ugly to me. And then that blue and white, I don't like the way that looks. And then that white one with that cheesy brown pinstriping, that's cheeseball looking, but I'm hoping you can change the colors. Just trying to see what design I like. Kenworths look pretty good. Damn, that one looks pretty damn smooth, man. He's got 3 axle. Oh, does the Pete have 3 axle? Oh, they're not showing 3 axle. I'm going with the Kenworth. I want 3 axle for heavy loads. I hope they show the tire squatting like they do in Mud Runner and Snow Runner. When you get heavy loads on, you're able to see the tire squat. I hope they have that realisticness. Okay, so I got my road semi, I got my off-road stuff. Now I need my company truck. So I got that one loaded, it's checked. Let's go up here, okay, make sure I check them all out. So that's a Chevy or Dodge. Let's see, the headlights are either Dodge. Yeah, that's a Dodge. And what's the other one? That looks like a Ford. I don't like the way that looks. That looks cheeseball. Let's see if there's a flatbed option with this one. Yeah, there is. That's a good looking truck. Let's take a look at this one. I don't like the looks of the grill on this one. Yeah, that truck's cheesy looking. Oh, my company rig looking good, man. Going Dodge. Okay, I got my company rig, got my off-road rigs. There's Warrior. This. Ball. Okay, so I got my trucks, I got my trailers, I got my equipment, I need my attachments, front loader tools, so I need 4 log grapples for my loader. Usually there's a forestry option. I'm not. It might be that thing over there on the left side. I don't know how to get to that though. Where's forestry? Seeding, combine. Where's Here we go. Forage. That's forage. I need forestry. Here we go. Here's the forestry. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting excavators. Hell yeah, this is what I do for a living. Run me. I want the biggest one. We got light beers. Light beers are big. Code 960. That's huge. Hell yeah. Look at the size of that boom. That's like a slurry a wall. Boom and dipper. We're getting that. Oh, I'm excited. I'm glad I got this. Additional fill types. I'm definitely doing that. I want gravel and all kinds of dirt. Hell yeah. It's going to be my excavation logging company. I'm going to make it multiplayer so other people can come in and help. We're getting this one. Yeah. Now I'm just wondering if it comes with the attachment. Grading bucket, trenching bucket. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to get the attachments. Grapple yarder. Oh yeah, gonna need that. Just fun. I've never ran a yarder before in real life or a video game, so I'm totally stoked on this. I watched some videos on this before I got it. I mean, not today, but I don't know, a month ago, a couple weeks ago or so, I was wanting a new game. Let's see what this is. It's like a telescopic boom. Wow, look at that boom on that white one. I'll hold off on the case. Okay, sweet. Excavator tools. I wish you could dig trenches and stuff. Dig them and stuff. I'm hoping Giants needs to come out with a excavation sim game like Farm, where you build a development, you put the water line, the water mains in, sewer, storm, all the utilities. You put the roads in, lay out and build the foundations and dig the holes, you know, all that stuff. Power ditches. Okay, so I need the biggest trailer. Yeah, heavy duty logger. Those tires are little. I need an off-road version. Is there an off-road version with big-ass off-road tires? These are too damn small. I need a monster one. Nobody's got an off-road version. See, I come into a game and instantly think outside the box. Here's a self-loader trailer one. I don't want that. I'm going to use it. I'm just going to use a loader. You got to be right next to where the logs are at, so that means you have to pile the logs up. I'm going to use my loader once I fall the tree. I'm going to come in with the loader and just push them on the ground. With the loader, it's way faster, and then pick them up, or, you know, that's how I do it. Well, in real life, it's done differently, but in a video game, to save time, I'm going to try to just push them with the loader. Got to see what, just by looking at pictures, what trailer's going to be the best. That one sucks. I don't like ones where the ramp comes up on the back. I'm looking at the top one right there. That's top right one of this one. It's got 3 axles on the back. Where's that at? They're not showing a picture of that one. There's one with 4 axles. Okay, I'm gonna do that one. And let's see, they might need another one to see which one's the best one. That thing looks pretty damn big. That's a 3-axle. There's 3 in the back and 2 in the front. Short wood. I'm not doing short wood. I'm doing long wood. Okay, that's got a Jeep on it. That one that's got the 2. The one here on the picture on the top left, and then in that picture, the one on the right, got a dolly or a Jeep, if you will. It's got the 2 axles, so it pivots right there on the tires, versus the one on the left pivots on the 5th wheel on the truck. That's the trailer I'd want to use. Those 2 biggest ones to the left. Yeah, I'll try that one. Here, get that one. Find out which trailer is the best, then delete. That one was a 3-axle in the back, and then it's riding on the back of the truck. That's quite a bit. Oh shit, shoot, look at that bottom left one. Cool. I'm gonna try that one. Okay, I got a bunch of trailers. Now I need grapples. Harvester. We already got that. They're both checked. Got good to go. Those aren't grapple tools. It's not made for grappling wood. Different type of grapple. Oh, great. My bad, I read it wrong. I need grapple. winches. Let's see. I'm probably gonna need that. I don't have this. Oh, I do. It should say I have that. Maybe it's still downloading. I'll hold off on that. Stump cutters. Okay, here we go. There's a grapple. I need ones for the forks for my loader. Gotta find that. Wonder if it already comes with it. Excavator arm extension. We better get this. They should have a Laterno in this game. Surprised they don't have a Laterno. That's the biggest machine that picks up logs truck full load. It picks it all up. It picks it all up in one pick. Oh, right. Oh, I just figured it out. R1. Yes. The categories installed. Perfect. That's what I needed. Update. Downloadable content. I don't care about that crap. I'm not farming. I'm logging. Okay, recommended. I think I'm still downloading because it's not loading up right away. Oh, cool, look at that. That's an old international, like, Scout almost. Grill looks like an international Mustang. Yeah, it looks like a Ford. That's GMC. Oh, here we go. I need this. Workshop. Latest. Okay, let's see if I can install. Is everything installed? Alright, let's try it out. Do it on normal. Farm manager, I want to start from scratch. I wonder if that means I start the game with a loan, or when I get a loan, what it's going to start at. This would maybe mean I couldn't get a loan. Starting loan. I better start. Oh, let's do that. Continue. Match players. Auto accept. Okay, I'm gonna do a password because I know. Oh shit, I didn't. Oh, well, I guess I didn't do a password. Maybe I can go back into it. I don't want somebody coming in my game and fucking it up. I'll find out. If somebody starts doing something stupid, I hope there's a way I can kick people. Or freaking going my shit or doing stupid shit. I gotta kill this music. Character. Okay. Confirm. Oh, dude, I didn't get to finish it. What the fuck? It's not what I wanted. Time scale. One day per month. I want snow. Yeah, I want snow. Fieldstone. My question to this then is if there's fieldstones, if I can use a dozer to push them into a pile and then load them up, because that could be cool. I guess I'll go on and see. Lime required. I'm not farming. I don't need that. I don't care about weeds. Disaster, destruction. Stop and go breaking. Fuel usage. Infiltrator. Keep that on until I get the legits of the game. Money unit. A radio can be played. Reset vehicle camera. Let's see what that's like. See, I'll probably end up adjusting all that stuff. Direction change. I don't want that. Gear shift mode, I want that manual. That's RPMs. Briefly, I'm going to cut after the tree has been delimbed. I don't have any money. Thought I had $1 million to start. That sucks. Where's all my money? Am I supposed to get anything? What's the blue stuff? Okay, these must be businesses I bring shit to. Shit, how do I get started? Are you kidding me? Let's go see what the yellow is. I interact with this. Interact. Are you kidding me? I can't. Alright. Thought I had money. Oh gosh. There's not a controller setting to let you know what to do. Can't even figure out what button to interact with this. I hit all my buttons. Kidding me? Oh my god. How do you interact? That's no money. Or Farm Sim 25 on PlayStation. How do you interact with building What button do you hit in Farm Sim 25 on PS5 to interact? I hit X, but oh, fuck. Can I go back to that? Shit. Oh my god. Gotta be a way to go back. Change that. Well, I guess that's not bad. Wait a minute, I'm supposed to start with $1 million. Where's my money? Oh, God. X is not interact. Oh shit, I gotta watch a video. I can't even interact with this shit. Are you kidding me? I thought there was supposed to be a help window. Help window's on. Oh my god. What other button have I not hit?
There. Yeah, I got inside the sawmill. Alright. Hooray for farming simulator bugs. Inside the sawmill, huh?
Could you save by switching your car insurance to Allstate? Well, let's say this is you. Hello. And this is you with $713. Woo! Drivers who switch to Allstate save an average of $713.
Welcome to this look at the Farming Simulator 25 new build mode features. With me, Mr. Silly P.
Oh my god, that's
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Farming.
How do you interact with building in Farm Sim 25 on PS5? Yeah, I'm not. Get into a store. How do you get into a store in Farm Sim 25 on a PS5? This isn't helping.
If we helped you out today, do like, subscribe, we do appreciate it. I'll see you in the next one. Take care now.
Or you can either go to it on the map, so around River Bend Springs, you can find this icon and hit visit, or you can tag it and drive there or walk there, however you want to do it. But you can hit visit just to visit and appear here if you'd like to. And then once you are here, you go up to this icon and you hit R to enter the store menu, which is pretty sweet.
Yeah,
I don't think you can go in the store, but you can see that there are people moving around doing their thing in there. The other way is no matter where you're on the map, if you hit P, it'll just select you or direct you directly into the store menu like that. So once you're in the store menu, we have a few different categories on the left-hand side. The first one allows you to shop for vehicles by brand.
I hate when you ask a specific question. They give you some other fucking bullshit on the internet. How fucking shitty. That's fuck I said.
I'm going to show you how to find the shop and how to actually buy items and buildings, etc. in Farming Simulator 25. So, here I am on my farm. All I need to do is actually press escape and go onto the map. You can actually fast travel around the farm. All I'm then going to do is come over to the town here, click on the little shopping basket icon, click on it, and press
click on it. Yeah, that don't fucking work for me. Thanks for internet for asking a specific fucking question and I get a fucking totally opposite fucking answer. Fucking piece of shit. Oh my god. There's no quick fucking map. Get me in the fucking building. Where's all my money? In Farm Sim 25 on PS5, how do you go into a building? I hit the X button. No, it isn't. X button ain't working. X is jump. Oh my god. The fuck? No control or fucking layout. This X isn't working. X is freaking jump. Farm Sim 25 for PS5. Farm Sim 25 PS5 tutorial starting.
Thicker, fuller hair in as few as 3 to 6 months with doctor trusted ingredients. Hem's prescription.
Welcome everyone, Farmer Cop here. This is going to be my top 10 tips for beginners. All of this applies whether you're playing on PlayStation, Xbox, PC, Mac, whatever you're playing on, whatever platform you're playing Farming Simulator 25 on, or even whatever type of Farming Simulator game you're going to play. I would say most of these are going to apply to you. So these are just kind of my tips, because Farming Simulator can be quite a daunting and overwhelming game, especially for a new player. And every time we get a new version of the game, like we just got Farming Simulator 25, there is so much more added to the game and so much more complexity that can be added. So this is going to be kind of a quick video to get you started, to give you some tips for starting out. So let's go ahead and dive right into it. First off, I would say you should start in new farmer mode. So when you go into your main menu here, and you go into career, and you start a new game, I would say start in new farmer mode. Now, in Farming Simulator 25, compared to the previous games, you have a lot more customization in here, and I would say what you're going to want to do is leave it in new farmer mode, because it's going to give you some easy presets. Starting money's at 100,000. You might want to bump that up to 250. You can go all the way up to $1 million, but I would say $1 million's probably just not a challenge at all. If you still want to play the game, it's a little bit of a challenge, but maybe make it a little bit easier. 250 might be a good kind of middle ground. You don't want any starting loan. You don't have to worry about paying that back. Economic difficulty, I would say leave it at easy, because you're going to want to make it so you make more money off of selling stuff and everything like that. Now, down here at the bottom is where it gets kind of a little bit more interesting. I would say you're going to want a starting farm. The reason for that is you don't have to worry about buying land, buying equipment, doing all that. You're going to have a farm that can already run and has enough stuff to kind of run and function by itself. The other thing I would probably really recommend for you is do the guided intro tour. This will have an NPC. It's kind of like a story mode in a way to start you out. It'll have an NPC in-game that's going to walk you through how to do some of the basic steps of farming, and I would highly recommend that. It doesn't take that long to do, and it gives you the basic way to do basic crops, which I'll talk about a little bit later in this video. So, and if you do want to see a video of someone going through that and giving extra tips, I do have an ultimate beginner's guide that I have released as well on the channel, and you can go check that out. I'll put a card up on the screen for you right now. But anyhow, we're going to do that. And the last thing I would say too is you're going to want to start on a base game map. So don't go installing a mod map. Start on either Riverbend Springs, Huton Pantai, or Zalanka. Yeah, I would start on one of those if you wanted to. However, Riverbend Springs is the only one that has the guided tour, so just be aware of that if you really want to do the guided tour. For number 2, I would say wait to use mods. So there's this wonderful downloadable content page on Farming Simulator 25 that there'll be a ton of mods in here for all platforms. So the problem with that is as you add more and more mods, you're adding more and more things for you to do in an already complex game. Even if some of the stuff in here doesn't really add any new gameplay features, it still adds more equipment that you have to think about and worry about. And as the game progresses, they'll begin to be slowly thousands and thousands of mods that have been uploaded in here, so it just can be a lot to kind of look at and kind of figure out as a new player. So I'd say just hold off on mods for the beginning. It can be very overwhelming again, and I would say just learn the basics of the game, and then after you've learned the basics and you got those down, then maybe download a few mods and try it out from there. For number 3, this is kind of a tip of what to do if you get low on cash. So you can take out a loan. If we go on the menu and then we go down here, we can go over to finance, and we can borrow in increments of $5,000. However, you're going to have to pay that loan off eventually, and you are going to be paying interest every day on that loan. So it's not the best way to go about it if you can avoid it. So one thing to do is kind of sell extra vehicles and buildings that you don't need. So if I go to vehicles, these are all the vehicles I have in new farmer mode. Now, to be fair, on specifically Riverbend Springs, there really isn't a lot that you can live without on here. I would say the big thing is you don't need 2 tractors. This one has between 160 and 225 horsepower. This one has 116. So if you wanted to, you could sell this guy off at the store. You get about $18,000 for it. But I would keep your most powerful tractor because it'll make your life easier. The last thing is you don't need this header trailer, but again, it's only $200 you're going to get. So you could clear it out so you don't have to worry about it. That's really the only things you can really afford to lose on here. You need the rest of this to do some of the basic planting. But if we go to buildings, there's a lot of buildings on this farm that you own starting off that you don't need. Well, first off, on New Farmer 4, Riverbend Springs, we start off with some cows. I would say you're not going to want to deal with animals right off the bat. So if I go in here, I can sell off these 3 cows. Boom. That gives me a little bit of cash there. And now that I've sold them off, I can sell off this pasture. Perfect. That's going to give me $7,500. That's great. I can go over here. I don't need this barn. If I wanted to store stuff in, I could keep it, but I can get $47,000 if I sell it. If I sell this little shed over here, $14,000. If I sell this one, $5,000. If I sell my farmhouse, $67,000. Now you can't skip through the night that way, but you can always fast forward time. It goes up to 360 times. So maybe sell this last because it's really nice to be able to skip through the night that way. This little building project over here, you don't really need that. It's only $1,000 bucks, but you can get rid of it. Beehives, you don't really need those if you don't want to. I would leave them because you can make some money off the honey, but this decorative grain bin, you definitely don't need that. I'd sell that off. The silo, I would hold on to your silo as well. You can get 40 grand if you really need it, but I would say sell the other stuff off first. It's always good to be able to store your crops until you get a better price if you want to. Then we have this guy back here. There's tons of decorative stuff on the farm that you can sell off. So if you're getting short on money, that's a really easy way to get some money. For number 4, I would say start with the basic crop types. The reason for this is you already have all the equipment on your starting farm to do all these crops, and you can make a decent amount of money working on them. So you can rotate through them for sure, and I would actually encourage you to change it up in terms of what basic crops you're doing, just to give you a little bit of variety and to keep you interested. But I would stick to, well, I have wheat here that I'm harvesting. In addition to wheat, I would say stick to barley, sorghum, soybeans, canola, and oats. Those are going to be your absolute best friends when starting out. So make sure you stick to those because we don't have to worry about getting any new equipment. We have all the equipment on our starting farm to be able to harvest those, to be able to plant those. It's just a lot easier if you stick to the basic crops to start. So that would be tip number 4. For number 5, don't go too big too fast. It can be very tempting to come up to the store and just go into the store menu and purchase something really nice because, well, you have $260,000 burning a hole in your pocket. You might want a motorbike, or you might want a nice car or something like that, or you might go crazy and you might actually buy just a really nice tractor that you absolutely don't need. And really truly can't afford. So if you go too big too fast, all of a sudden you're not going to have any money and you're going to have a bunch of equipment that you don't even have really a purpose for, which is just kind of difficult to do. If you do want to play a game where you're testing out various pieces of equipment, I would start a separate game save for that. Add yourself like $1 million in there and then try some different equipment out. And there's also the government subsidy mod and some other ways to get money really fast, which I'll put a card up on the screen if you want to cheat a bunch of money in. That is an option too. It's not really maybe the way that you should play the game, but totally up to you. That's the beautiful part about this game is you can play it any way you'd like. For number 6, this kind of goes along with number 5. I would say know what you're buying. Don't buy something unless you are absolutely sure you know what it does and you need it on your farm. This avoids you wasting a lot of precious resources on equipment that you don't need. Because if you buy something, you are not able to sell it back for full price. So if you're going through the store, there's a ton of different things that you can buy, a ton of categories, and you may not know what everything does in here, and you may not need some of the stuff that you're buying. So be very careful about that because it's a really easy way to burn through your cash really quickly. For number 7, do a lot of contract work. If you go into your menu and you go down here to the contracts page, you'll have a ton of contracts in here. And some of these you may not know exactly how to do, but that's one of the beautiful things about contract work is there's several things you can do with them. Now, I do have a video that talks a little bit more in detail about how to do contracts, and I'll put a card up on the screen right now for you guys to be able to go check that out. But the benefit to contracts is you can click on them, and you can get paid to do work for another farmer. And so this good thing about this is you get to test out different equipment. Just make sure you hit borrow items at the bottom. Now, beware you are reading what you're doing as well. You may not want to load wood onto this truck and transport it, but it might be pretty easy for you to go spray a farmer's field. So just be aware of what you're doing. What this does is it teaches you some of the different equipment, what it does, and it gives you a good extra money to start out, especially as you're getting going in the game, and teaches you more about the game itself. So it's absolutely fantastic. You also can talk to Grandpa Walter, which if you're on Riverbend Springs, he's going to be just right over here for you, and he will give you some different contract work after you complete the beginning guide. So that's a great way to get some extra money and stuff like that. For number 8, avoid seasons to start. Seasonal growth will by default be on. And if you go into the menu and go down here, this is your seasonal growth calendar, your crop calendar. Now, as you can see, you can only plant at specific times and harvest at specific times. So there's a lot of time where you really are just kind of twiddling your thumbs trying to figure out what to do. And you may not be able to afford that in terms of your finances for your farm. And it just adds an extra bit of complexity for all the different crops and stuff like that. Even the basic crops that you're trying to do, you have to plant and harvest those at a very specific time. So it just adds a little extra complexity that you really don't need right off the bat. So if you go down to settings and you go to game settings, you can change seasonal growth to no. Now, don't put it to pause because then nothing will grow, so just be aware of that. But I would say you should set this to no. That way when you go up here, you can plant and harvest things at any time of year, so that way you don't have to worry about that. If the field's ready to be planted, just go for it. If the field's ready to harvest, just go for it. And also, if you have seasonal cycles turned off, you don't have to worry about your crops going bad and withering. So this makes it so even if you miss a day on harvest, you can still harvest them and everything like that. For number 9, I would say avoid animals to start. You already saw I sold off our cows here that you started off in new farmer mode, and I got rid of the animal pen for a little bit of extra money, which gives us a little bit of space here too, which is kind of nice. But animals are quite complex. Now, if you wanted to do a dog house, that's fine. You don't really have to care for the dog. It's just going to be there. And you already have some bees on your farm, to be fair, but you don't have to do anything additional to set those up. The ones you want to avoid are going to be chickens, sheep and goats, pigs, horses, and cows and water buffalo. The reason for that is they each need different requirements.
Silver Run map on Farm Sim 25 PS5.
Depending on what animals they are, and it can be a lot to try to get those crops and care for the different animals and make sure they have all the care they need. And it can be quite expensive to get into them, from building the pen and buying the animals and getting all the
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Farming Simulator 25 Map Guide. Today we're going to be taking a look at the remastered version of Silver Run Forest. But before that, this video is brought to you by Backbone and Evil Ridge. Thank you for being farm barons. So the remastered Silver Run Forest map can be found over at the FarmingSimulator.com website or the in-game downloadable content menu, and as of the 1.0 release, this map is available for all platforms. There's a few interesting things to note that I want to get out of the way. One, this is an extremely large map. 1.3 gigs just to download the map itself, and this map actually has 2 required mods in the Komatsu Harvester and the Volvo Pack. Both of those, combined with the map, is going to be 1.47 gigabytes in size, just under 1.5 gigs. Now, that's not that big of a deal for PC players. It's merely just a little asterisk, if you will. Meaning that this is probably one of the biggest maps we've ever seen on the Giants mod hub. But for console players, it's a very big asterisk, because I know you guys are limited in mod space. So if you want to play Silver Run Forest, you may have to make some pretty big sacrifices as to what else you have downloaded to your console because of that limited space. So by all means, if you are not going to be playing Silver Run Forest, do not keep this in your mod folder, because it's going to be consuming a lot of space. There's absolutely zero reason to have it in your mod folder unless you are actively going to be playing it. Now, one thing I do like is that Giants did not put the Volvo vehicles or the Komatsu within the map itself, because that means that you can have the Komatsu and the Volvo pack separate, and you can make use of all of those things on any map. Meanwhile, things that are included within Silver Run Forest alone are only going to be available within Silver Run Forest. Let me read you some of the description. Expand your farming business to a brand new and a lively environment of Silver Run Forest, and bring your new machines to the woods. Included in this huge expansion is a new map inspired by the Pacific Northwest, with its large forest ripe with production chains and points of interest that develop based on your delivery of logs. This map has 4 fields, so this is not a agricultural focused map. This map is purely focused on forestry. The fields are 4.8 hectares in size on average. There are 39 viable forest areas, and water can be retrieved from large rivers and streams. Now, when you load into the map, you start right up here, kind of above your starting farm. In fact, that is your starting farm. We're going to use farm loosely here. But that's your farmhouse, and that's your land that you start right here to start. And you've got a little bit of a kind of a mountain pond lake up here, coming to a waterfall. Now, this map does have 20 collectibles, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint if you didn't play this map in Farm Sim 22, where one of the collectibles can be located and what to look for as far as the collectibles go. So right here on the other side of this lake, where you do start out with, you're going to have this wooden owl. And we're going to collect it, and that is going to be our very first collectible. So this map has 20 wooden carving. And when you collect those, they're going to appear in town at an art gallery. I'll show you that here a little bit later. And you're going to find those scattered all around. There's not 20 owls. They're going to be different animals. So that's just something to look out for. Now, as I make my way down here, I want to say that I do like the fact that we do have this map now available in Farm Sim 25. And what makes this map so important to me that we have this released in Farm Sim 25 is all of the building assets and the decorative assets that are custom to this map are now available to map authors to use on their own maps. When this map came out in the Platinum expansion for Farm Sim 22, it was locked behind DRM, or Digital Rights Management, which basically said that we couldn't get access to any of this stuff without breaking that Digital Rights Management, which is basically against the law in pretty much any modern society. Well, now that it's available as a mod, it's unencrypted, if you will. It's available as a zip file. Anybody can unzip the file and then ultimately get access to those assets to then further make use of them in their own creations. So the more assets we have, the more variability, the more objects available to mappers, the better overall your experience is going to be going forward, because you're not going to be like, oh, well, there's yet another building that we see on 75 other maps. We now have a few more map assets to make use of. This is our farmhouse. We do have our sleep trigger around the back of the farmhouse, and if we wanted to, we could sell this farmhouse and the few decorative elements that are around it to basically make this one complete open area. We could sell this farmhouse and the few decorative elements that are around it to basically make this one complete open area. Let's go ahead and take a look at the PDA. As we scroll out here to see, indeed, this is a forestry-focused map. True. So we have our four fields down here to the south. Our starting farm location is right here. Again, we use the word farm rather loosely because we do have a farmhouse, and that is pretty much the only aspect that makes this a traditional farm. With respect to our starting farmland, we start out by owning farmland ID 32, having bought an alternate game mode for $25,152. We also own farmland ID 33 and 36. There is no ETA available on this map. If you want to put this one down, or you can find the first space to begin with to do that. Less than field 41, for example. But overall, if you kind of relax or want to feed the beach area with just 3 fields, unless you do go and clear a good chunk of this forested area. But a lot of this forest area is kind of hilly and mountainous. Therefore, it's not necessarily the best for construction. We have all of it to us available on this map. And we have our standard FS 25 front counter. So if you do play with the front counter enabled, we'll have that available. do not have any animals at the start. We do have contracts on this map. We have dead wood contracts. We have block removal contracts. And we have wood transport contracts. All of those contracts were introduced in the Platinum expansion and have been carried forward as base game items for FS22, FS25. You can see those included here on this map. As far as productions go, we have 9 productions built into this map. We have the Art Accessories Factory, which is going to make easels and picture frames. We have a barrel factory for barrels, bathtubs, and buckets. We have our corner factory for floor tiles. Our furniture factory for armoire, chairs, and tables. Our old sawmill for make planks, wall planks, prefab walls, and wood beams. Our paper factory for carton rolls and paper rolls. Our pet accessory factory for birdhouses, catteries, and dog houses. Our shingle factory for shingles. And a wood turner for bowls, pepper grinders, and staircase railings. We do not own any production chains to start. And with respect to cell phones, I counted 10 different cell phones available on this map. We do have those 20 custom collectibles. As I mentioned earlier, we do not own any hand tools, so honestly, we don't start out with a chainsaw. It would be kind of convenient if we did. And then as far as our starting machinery, if we select to have a starting farm, then we'll have starting machinery. If we select no starting farm option at the start, then we will not have any starting machinery. And we'll also not own any land, nor will we have that farmhouse pre-placed here on Farmland ID 32. We start out with the Komatsu 911. We have a log winch in the EGV 65AHKSG. We have the Volvo BM 2654 and the SM 462. They are part of the Volvo pack. And we're also going to find some more Volvo machinery over at the Iron Mine when we get to that section of the map. Now, one thing that I kind of wish we had in Farm Sim 25 that we don't are these kind of clouds, these low-hanging clouds that appeared for the first time here on Silver Run Forest in the Platinum expansion. Now, I kind of think maybe this was their initial foray into volumetric fog, but we do have volumetric fog. We've seen that in some additional screenshots, but we don't have these low-lying clouds on any map other than this particular map. So hopefully we'll see these implemented more, possibly in my maps now that this map is really unlocked and available. We do have some custom sheds and other things that are only going to be available on this map. And I have to say, I was really disappointed with the content update. I'll be honest, the content update announcement last week did not.
Oh, that shit ain't fucking helping me. Guess I gotta do the fucking career. Figure out how to fucking do this. I'm supposed to be starting with $1 million. It says 0. I don't even. My farm's not even near a building or anything where it showed it where his was. I don't even know how to fucking get going. But
Welcome to our lovely farm, kiddo. I'm glad you're here to continue the family business. The fact that you're about to take over the farm makes your pops quite happy, not gonna lie. When your father told me on a visit that he didn't want what I built here, I thought that was it. He even called it a dung heap when he left in his fancy suit. And then he stepped into manure on the way to his car. It's okay that he does his own thing, but I thought I had to sell the farm. Thanks to you, it can stay in the family. You don't know what that means to me. Otherwise, your crazy uncle might have turned it into an amusement park with the main attraction of catching chickens on the fields or something. Anyway, let's not talk about that just now. I can tell you some stories later. And just so you know, I'm not out of the picture just yet. I'm here if you need me. Just like your friendly neighbors you should talk to sometime. They're nice people. A bit strange. So, do you want me to give you a quick tour and show you something? Okay then, let me show you a couple of things. Ease you in. There will always be people to help you out. Right next to there's also a big tractor with a cultivator. I'll walk you through. I can't wait to see you. Are you ready to roll? Then hop up. It's just... Just like that. Exactly. Now we do the work. Meet me at the field over there.
Fucking shit. Fuck, you get reversed.
here we are. So before we can sow anything, otherwise the grain will not grow very well. Lower the... Good. We're done here, kiddo. Now we change tools, kiddo. Get rid of the cultivator and attach the seeder. Now you need to attach drive down. That's how it's done. Sowing the bud next to the. Get over there and fill the seed. Well done. Now you're ready. Last week, cultivate, drive. Here we are. One thing you need to pay attention to is timing. Plants need to be sown in specific seasons. And you can. Seeding is easy. While seeding, go back but now. That's how it's done, kiddo. Oh, by the way, always keep an eye on. According to the weather forecast, that's perfect for canola, but not as good for the wheat on the other field. If you want to hire a helping hand, we're done. Good job. Field workers are a great support if you're busy and cannot finish the job in time. Now get back to the garage and get out the harvester. Let's do it quickly. I'll meet you there. There you are. How do you feel? Are you up for something exciting? Because we'll do the header for the... Let's meet at the field, okay? But drive carefully. That machine is a beast.
Change that.
let's do this. You'll need to prepare them with a combine harvester. Those headers. Go detach the trailer. Then drop. Good, you're almost set now. Before you can start harvesting, do that and bring yourself into...
That hitch is just going to stick out like that. Huh?
You can see that the field is near. With a combine of this size, harvesting takes some time. But soon you will be able to buy a bigger one. kiddo. You have now prepare. Tide will start to stand, and the wheat will stop. But we're missing something, aren't we? Go get the trailer in the garage.
How do I get out? How the fuck do I get out of the machine? What? Kidding me?
Come back to the field so we can unload.
Shit, the steering is fucking brutal on this. Steering. Interaction. Steering to brake center.
Empty the meat, huh? Wait it out until it's unloaded. Well done, kiddo. You can either store the crop in your silo, or you can sell it. This load I promised to a vendor friend of mine. He's already waiting for you. So all you gotta do now
canister. Fuck.
This is one of the many. Sell your well done. At some point, you'll do this in your sleep. Now, let's go.
Stop by the freaking bar and have a couple beers, man. Working all day in the track. Wait a minute, I gotta cross the bridge now.
You're back. Split. Well, you. Now, you. This.
What am I sleeping for 8 months? Just snowed. Dude, I think I just slept for like a fucking month. Wow. That was nutty. Now what? I got fucking shit on the ground over here I gotta pick up. Anything this guy will just put it away. I fucking detached this thing.
Create job. Go to. There's gotta be a real change. Yes, there it is. Turn this thing on. I need to get like a swath. Got that shit on the ground. We don't have one. What have we been using? Rakes. Thing's empty. So how were we fucking getting shit done before? So how was he fucking, I wonder how the hell he was fucking dealing with shit before. See if I can make it inside a building. Let's see, where's the market? big enough. Is that the biggest pane one? All right. Wait a minute, maybe I did. Did he have a fucking? Yeah, they just do that. When I'm in the field. Almost looked like there was a. Oh, I seen a case, rubber tractor. I wonder if they had one there to use, so I didn't have to use mine. Where is this place? 61. Oh shit, I gotta go a long ways away. Holy shit. I'm gonna activate the worker. Yeah, go. Can't put a guy on that job. That's what you would. Shit, are you kidding me? I went the wrong way. Oh my god. Totally went past me. I gotta go out there and trigger it. Then start going anyway. Bunch of AI worker here. Are they just gonna start right in the middle? Dude, are you kidding me? What are they? Oh my god. Talk about wasting fuel time. Maybe spelling a message. What a dumbass. You gotta do shit yourself instead of running down that. Bigger freaking wow tractor. cool big ass bug. It's gonna take forever. No, you motherfucker. Can't just get fucking shit done. Can't even do the job. Yeah, raise the fucking cultivator and pull off and do something when I'm already fucking doing it the way you should be doing it. Fucking buckwheat up. Holy shit. $5,000, that's it. Oh my god. Something really good again on this thing. Buy that big bud. Are you kidding me? They're gonna go through every state. Oh my God. It's just my vehicle. Kidding me? It's not the right fucking attachment. Oh my god. Wipe all this nonsense. Oh my god. Doesn't have any attachment on it at all. Like, what the fuck? Fuck. Alright, man, I hope they got the right attachment. Open the shop, L3. Wait a minute, what was that? Attachments. Oh shit, well now I don't know. Doesn't say what type of attachment though. Oh. I don't understand. I don't even understand how you get started in this fucking game. What the fuck do you do? Wouldn't even let me into that tractor. There's a hammer. What am I supposed to do? I don't see any interaction. What am I supposed to do? Hey, what was that? How is it that I start the game with $1 million supposedly and I have $0? I can't get into this tractor. What the fuck are you doing this? Somebody to talk to get a job. No one even around. Oh god, this sucks. Join a farm first. What, just any farm? I have no fucking clue what to do. I'm into it. I guess they don't let you in if you don't have any money. Tip station. You can ride the subway, the train, or whatever it is. There's the train. The bus will run me over. Just wait for the train. Mm. How irritating. Can't even get it like a game going. What the fuck is going on? Supposedly I'm supposed to be starting with $1 million, but no, I'm starting with 0. I can't even get into a store. I'm freaking out. Shitball. Yeah, that's what I was, farm manager, looking at $1 million start money, gave me 0. Try another map. Screw it. Not much forest. Probably well. Only 2 acres of woodland. Don't want to play with it. $32 megabytes, that's good. Megabytes, that's that.
see if I can start this game with some money. Doesn't want to give it to me in that other map. I think it'd be cool if we fall the trees over with a track hoe and dig cut the tree down and dig the stumps out, load the stumps up, grind them, put them in a tub grinder or burn them in a slash pile. That'd be cool. Fully realistic. Then stuff. Civil engineering.
So even though it says you have $1 million, obviously you have to go somewhere to trigger.
Hey there, what's the good word? Sure. Wisdom's let me tell you. But why? You're right. Of course, makes the but the tending the soil, sustaining it for the future, and investing his time and energy. A couple of people in town can help you, kiddo. Go to Noah, our local lumberjack. He is a kind soul. Even though he can tell you about forestry and some of his woodworking projects.
Look who we have. Remember me? Some call me by my nickname.
That's a long ways to go. Foot. Holy shit.
I don't know you. Let's change that. My name is Noah. I am my hair is red. I like licorice. And you want to know more? Well, my father Harold is a retired carpenter. He built a successful carpentry business focused on chairs. That's why he called his carpentry company Charismatic Woodwork. Yes, that's him, a jokester through and through. And But as you grow up, you start to develop your own interests, and do not necessarily share a knack for unnecessary amounts of work. I'd rather provide the raw wood itself. That's why I'm a lumberjack. There are so many factors. Being a lumberjack, I have to think about. Tending to trees is akin to conducting an orchestra. I am the conductor. My family is just playing some out-of-tune trumpets, if you know what I mean. To continue the story, however, lucky me, my sister Melissa. Both my it's still up. She used to live in Silver Run Forest. Her figurines are quite popular. I think a lot of words were said then.
What do you get the money from? Fucking get started. Where's all my fucking money? Why can't I interact with this? I don't fucking understand. And what farm? Just any farm, huh? Yeah, is it a farm? Oh my god, why is this so fucking hard to understand? What the fuck? How do you unlock your money on maps and Farm Sim 25 PS5?
Welcome everyone, Farmer Cop here. This is going to be kind of a beginner's guide to Farming Simulator 25. We are going to walk through the tutorial together. I'm going to add some extra tips and hints as we go through it as well. So the way to kind of start the tutorial process in Farming Simulator 25 is to go in career mode, choose an empty game slot, and then you can start a new farm, which is great. Start farm, yes, and guided tour, yes. We want to make sure this happens. We need that. So you can do that on any one of the base game maps. I'm going to do the one on Riverbend Springs, but all of them will help you out. I am going to go through the other two just to be sure that there aren't any things that are missing in there otherwise, but it should be all about the same and teaching very similar things. So let's go ahead and hit continue to start off. And then we can select any mods we want. We don't really need the government subsidy mod. I'll leave the MacDoc back in there just for the heck of it, but for the heck of it, but download it in. We can go and do whatever we like to customize our character. Doesn't really matter a lot. We're just going to get started at least for now. So, here we are. It says, welcome to your new farm. It's mid-morning when you arrive at your new farm. Walter, your grandfather, is no longer able to look after the farm, so you are now taking over. Familiarize yourself with the game before you go greet your grandfather. So, you'll load it right here. We'll hit left click to start. Guided tour, it says. Let's start with the interface. You'll find all the important information on your screen.
Moss Hill map on Farm Sim 25.
Welcome back to the Farming Simulator 25 Map Guide. Today, we're going to be taking a look at Moss Valley. But before that, this video is brought to you by Agent Cole and Mark Bauer. Thank you for being farmer barons. So the Moss Valley map. In-game downloadable content for you. As of the 1.0 release, this map is available for all platforms. Now, while this map has no required mods, is fairly large at 519 megabytes to download. Let me read you some of the description. Welcome to Moss Valley. With this map, you'll be able to tackle the challenges of running a farm in the heart of Sheffield. With accurate farms and fields, you'll be able to really get immersed in the experience, almost like you're really running it. There are multiple businesses that you can take all of your products, from grains to wood and everything in between. With built-in productions like dairy and a bakery, you're going to not only be able to sell your crops in bulk, but also process them and profit even more. Demand on the forest is low, so you can get them at a fair price and sell the wood at the local sawmill. There are not only cows, sheep, chicken, and pigs, but you can also buy a small run horse farm located in the northwest end of the map. You might also run into some hand tools. They're not just decorative. If you find them, you'll be able to get a really nice reward for them. So this map has some custom collectibles. If you want to expand your farms with productions and you don't want to waste expensive fields, you can buy a placeable area, either near the bakery or BGA, on the other side of the map near Carter Hall Grain Elevator. I hope you'll enjoy the map. This map includes lots of features. They are new accurate real-life models made for this map, 80 fields, small, medium, and big, 10 custom-made collectibles in the hand tools, 4 farms across the map to fit every playstyle, buildings with lights and animated doors, huge forest to take on, custom tree and ground textures, hedges only have collisions on bales, built-in BGA and other production points, multiple sell points, UK license plates, 2 placeable areas, seasoned visuals, seasoned hedge texture changes, and stubble tillage texture by Purcell X. And with that, let's go and jump back over here to the map and take a look at the PDA. Now, Moss Valley was a map introduced in Farm Sim 22, I do believe, and I do recall, now that I've been on the map in Farm Sim 25, I recall the layout of this map quite well with respect to the Farm Sim 22 variant. Now, we do have all the standard crops available to us in Farm Sim 25 on this map. And if we go ahead and take a look at our farmland, you will see that we start up by owning Farmland ID 86. This is going to be the main starting farm. And on this main starting farm, we actually have 2 pig buildings, 2 chicken coops, and a cow building. We also own Field 33, Field 34, Field 39, and 38 at the start. Now, in addition to the main farm, there are also 3 other farms located on this map. Just to the north and west of the main starting farm at Farmland ID 89, we have a cow farm. We can buy that cow farm for a mere $27,000. So, pretty cheap. In fact, if we do select to not own the main farm when we start the map, we can buy it for $61,000. To the northwest, as the description said, there is a horse farm at Farmland ID 87. It can be bought for $38,837. And to the southeast, we do have a sheep farm located at Farmland ID 88 that we can buy for $35,000. Farmland ID 71 has some beehives also located with it. We have some production up here to the east. And then we have some production also over here to the west. Overall, what you're going to find on this map is we've got one long road that kind of runs diagonal from northwest
I don't even see
to
86.
southeast. And then we have a few kind of auxiliary roads that spur off that in order to get to other aspects of this map. We do have our standard crop counter for Farm Sim 25 available here on Moss Valley. With respect to our animals, our starting farm, we do have, again, multiple chicken coops. We have a cow barn and multiple pig pastures. None of these buildings have any animals in them at the start. We do have contracts available on this map. And as far as productions go, we do have a grain mill, a BGA, we have a sawmill, we have the Moss Valley Bakery, and then we have Robin's Dairy Products. These are all fairly standard productions as far as their inputs and outputs. We have approximately 6 sell points scattered around this map. And if we take a look at our vehicles, I will tell you that regardless if you own the farm or not, you will be starting with all of these vehicles. We have the Agrimaz POV 5 XL plow. We have the Amazon ZA TS 3200 fertilizer spreader. We have the Omega 6000 FL seeder. We have the Kloss Edion 450 harvester, and that's paired up with the Varo 620 grain header. We have the Flegel ASW 271 trailer. The John Deere C441R round baler and wrapper combination. We've got the Krone Vindro 820 Island header, the Semgard 9500K
no
cultivator.
86.
We have a bale fork and pallet fork, as well as universal bucket. We also have the Merlot Multi-Farmer 44.9 telehandler. We have a Massey Ferguson 7S165 tractor.
You fucking
the
kidding
Nardi
me?
N20
Every number
trailer,
but 86.
Rain header. We have the New Holland T7 260 tractor, the Semez KDF 341S front mower, the Semez XT 390 trailed side mower, and the ZT 840H windrower. We do not have any hand tools at the start, and as I mentioned, this map does have those 10 hand tool collectibles scattered around the map. Now just real quick, if we jump over here into build mode, I want to show that we have all fairly standard sheds. So we don't have custom sheds that we can put down here, which is a little bit of a disappointment because we do have custom sheds pre-placed here, and we can sell everything at all the farms. So deco elements, farmhouses, buildings, trash, and such, it's all available for sale at all of the farm areas. So you will have complete and total customization control with respect to the various farms on this map. Now we do have a couple custom silos that are included with Moss Valley, as well as a couple custom options as far as
Why is this
farmhouses.
so difficult?
With respect to, and then we have a few kind of auxiliary roads that spur off that in order to get to other aspects of this map. We do have our standard crop counter for Farm Sim 25 available here on Moss Valley. With respect to our animals, our starting farm, we do have, again, multiple chicken coops. We have a cow barn and multiple pig pastures. Huge force to take on custom tree and ground textures. Hedges only have collisions on bales, built-in BGA and other production points, multiple sell points, UK license plates, 2 placeable areas, seasons visuals, seasons hedge texture changes, and stubble tillage texture by Purcell X. And with that, let's go and jump back over here to the map and take a look at the PDA. Now, Moss Valley was a map introduced in Farm Sim 22, I do believe, and I do recall, now that I've been on the map in Farm Sim 25, I recall the layout of this map quite well with respect to the Farm Sim 22 variant. Now we do have all the standard crops available to us in Farm Sim 25 on this map. And if we go ahead and take a look at our farmlands, you will see that we start up by owning Farmland ID 86. This is going to be the main starting farm. And on this main starting farm, we actually have 2 pig buildings, 2 chicken coops, and a cow building. We also own our Field 33, Field 34, Field 39, and 38 at the start. Now, in addition to the main farm, there are also 3 other farms located on this map. Just to the north and west of the main starting farm at Farmland ID 89, we have a cow farm. We can buy that cow farm for a mere $27,000. So, pretty cheap. In fact, if we do not own the main farm when we start the map, we can buy it for $61,000. To the northwest, as the description said, there is a horse farm.
Need more information?
87. It can be bought for $38,837. And to the southeast, we do have a sheep farm located at Farmland ID 88 that we can buy for $35,000. Farmland ID 71 has some beehives also located with it.
I can't get
we
in.
have some production up here to the east. And then we have some production also over here to the west. Overall, what you're going to find on this map is we've got one long road that kind of runs diagonal from northwest to southeast, and then we have a few kind of auxiliary roads that spur off that in order to get to other aspects of this map. We do have our standard crop counter for Farm Sim 25 available here on Moss Valley.
There's none of this shit open.
With respect to our animals, our starting farm, we do have, again, multiple chicken coops. We have a cow barn and multiple pig pastures. None of these buildings have any animals in them at the start. We do have contracts available on this map. And as far as productions go, we do have a grain mill, a VGA, we have a sawmill, we have the Moss Valley Bakery, and then we have Robin Dairy Products. These are all fairly standard productions as far as their inputs and outputs. We have approximately 6 sell points scattered around this map. And if we take a look at our vehicles,
I don't understand
I will
why
tell you that
I
regardless
have no
if you
money and
own
I
the
can't
farm
get
or
into my
not,
vehicle.
you will be starting with all of these vehicles.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
POV 5 XL Plow, the Amazon CATS 3200 fertilizer spreader, the Omega 6000 FL seeder, the Plus Edion 450 harvester, and that's paired up with the Varo
What do I fucking get?
grain header. We have the legal ASW 271 trailer.
This shit's opening up for me.
441R round baler and wrapper combination. We've got the Prone Vendro 820 Highland header, the Semgard 9500K cultivator. We have a bale fork and pallet fork, as well as universal bucket. We also have the Merlot Multi-Farmer 44.9 telehandler. We have a Massey Ferguson 7S.
Well met.
Tractor, the Nardi N20T.
A couple of people in town. Sure, kiddo. Although your old grandpa may not be up to date.
Semes KDF 341S front mower, the Semes XT
Hey there.
390 trailed side mower,
Sure.
and the ZT 840H windrower.
Right in the middle of their
We do
ranch.
not
Can
have
you
any
believe
vehicles at the start, and as I mentioned, this map does
Have you
those
ever thought
in
about planting
and
rice, kiddo?
buttons scattered around the map.
As,
Now, just real quick,
however,
if we jump
they
over
saw.
here into build mode,
Also,
I want to show that we have
Tell me,
all fairly
how do you like
standard
your rice?
sheds. So we don't have custom sheds that we can put down here, which is a little bit of a disappointment because we do have custom sheds pre-placed here.
Some say that
and we can sell everything at all the farms.
a couple of people in town can help you, kiddo. Go to Noah. He can tell you about forestry and some of his woodworking projects. A couple of people in town can help you, kiddo. Talk. He can tell you about different kinds.
On this map. Now we do have a couple custom silos that are included with Moss Valley, as well as a couple custom options as far as farmhouses.
Need it.
With respect to factories, we do have the VGA as an option.
It's not.
But sadly, we don't have the other factories that are for this particular map. Everything else
You can
is
use
fairly standard. With respect to our animal pens, also, it's a little depressing that we don't have the ability to put down these custom animal pens that we have available here, just to kind of keep up with the theme. It would be nice to be able to go ahead and put those down if we did want to expand or customize our operations a bit. With respect to ground textures, we got fairly standard ground textures on Moss Valley, fairly standard trees, and fairly standard plants and shrubs.
Why is that not working for me? Alright, I'm fucking over it. Go to bed. Fucking shit don't want to work. Can't get in any of the vehicles they say it's supposed to be open for me. None of this shit's fucking, I can get in.